Hello, welcome in, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well today. I am small, apparently. There we go. Yes, hello, Opyrus. Hello, Zariad. Congratulations, Zariad. You are officially the first one to stream. Hello, Vala. Welcome in. So, plan for today, you know how it goes. We're gonna be continuing on with Please Be Happy. It's a fun little visual novel. Got some interesting information about what was going on last time. Kind of a mix between, I guess, also almost imposter syndrome, almost. That mixed with kind of expectations and whatnot. Go ahead, Zariad. What is your question? You turned on the music a bit more. No. That is not what that means. There is actually lore reasoning as to um the name Echo and such. Um which is interesting. Uh it's not out open to the public yet. But it is actively being worked on. I have actual things going on with that, not just plans. Um, but yeah. So, kind of a quick rundown of this week. At the top of the week today, please be happy. Probably get through the rest of chapter 3 and most of if not all of chapter 4. Say something stupid. Yeah. Makes sense there, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get through probably most of chapter 4, if not all of it. And then tomorrow will be algorithm day, so no YouTube. I'll be watching videos, reacting, and such. And then after that, maybe some Jackbox or marbles, depending. Wednesday. Wednesday will be one of two things. Either, and this is something I will ask on my Discord. So if you want to join that, let me know. But it will either be Pokemon Infinite Fusion and take a week from Kirby, or we'll play Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Depending. So, after that, Thursday will be a continuation of whatever we do on Wednesday. And then Friday we will come back to this and finish it up, most likely. Well, one of the routes, anyway. But I think that's how I want to finish off this game. It's just a single route on stream, stuff like that. Rather than go through and try and get all of the routes live. Because that would be a long time. But without further ado, need to wait for it to open. any second now. So, just as kind of like a quick reminder. There we go. My model is going to lag through. My model is going to lag through this. Unfortunately, I don't have much control over that until I get a new PC. But yes. But that shouldn't matter because we have this kind of running. That's odd. Like, the actual cursor goes past. Like, my cursor goes off screen and it goes past the overlay because the nature of, like, it's not cropped, it just ends. Interesting. All right. Come on. There we go. Remember, I need to turn this up. Let me quickly... Options... Sound... Disabled, we'll do that. Turn the voices all the way up. There we go. That should work. Hopefully that isn't too loud. The morning air is fresh and crisp. The plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head. Do I see the title? Yeah. Let me... There we go. That should probably be better. There we go. You know, I never really thought about it. Wait, no, never mind. Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks. Her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. Big hat. Big hat moments. I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime. I forgot this is what we left off on. Oh, man. And for reference, Ariad, She is vampire. She is fox. So no, you haven't been here for the whole thing. But fuck, I forgot that this is what we left off on. Alright. Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Bleh. Juliet remains quiet and we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward. We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature. Man, this is getting harder. The fact that Miho doesn't know what's going on is so sad. Okay, the voices are so quiet. Like, in relativity to everything else. Let's see, that should work. I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle, or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her. That feels a lot better. There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here, but the one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet. A number of tall trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down the offshoot before us. Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a little off. Juliet's steps are slower, a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we're on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her. In the shade of one of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. Hello, hello, Ray. Welcome in. There's a C, then an O, and then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else. Lovely thing to start with today. Congratulations, Ray, on the 50 stream watch streak. She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone. Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there, helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath. Oh, the voice acting is really good. Oh man, the voice acting is really good in this game. She gives a small smile as she looks up at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp and to try and force down my own emotions. Yeah, this is a great way to start off a Monday. Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch, my own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. Hello, hello, Grave. Welcome in. We're playing a visual novel called Please Be Happy, and yeah, this is a fun way to start a Monday. But beyond that, there's something else, something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple of steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter. Yep, big emotional damage moments. Oh man, and the voice acting adds so much to it. Holy shit. Oh man, they went full force on this scene. Holy shit. They really went in. They went in hard. I knew it would be a bad idea to start off today like this, but oh man, I just couldn't sit through this whole scene on Friday. Wow, really hitting all the hard lines here. That line is so. Ah. All right. Well, that was something. Oh man. Give me a second while I reorder my thoughts. Oh, yeah. Kind of like that's always been the sort of thing where like it's become more normalized to think about the repercussions of immortality. Like, think back 15, 20 years. Ask someone, hey, would you want to be immortal? Yeah, I'd love that. Never have to die, never have to like any of that sort of stuff. Perfect, yeah, give me immortality. Now it's become so much more normalized in media and writing to not vilify immortality, but to make it realistic. The curse of immortality is that you can't take anyone with you, sort of thing. Where you have to watch as everything you know falls apart and everything you don't know surrounds you. So it's one of those things where like it is very much so a curse. You think immortality, you think, oh, I'm going to live forever. How is that a curse? But that's exactly what the curse is. You live forever. That's it. Unless everyone is immortal, in which case, so be it. But it's really not a fun thing. I knew that discussion was coming. It was fairly obvious that Cosette was dead. The voice acting was phenomenal, added so much to the scene. And, like, the actual writing brought so much into it. Hello, Star, welcome in. The writing was so powerful there. Just, this is why I love this game. With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Cosette, someday Aspen, but also even mine, my person. Oh, is that how... This is how Miho figures out that her human is no longer alive. This is how it happens. Of course it is. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they died that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run further and further away, one thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth and, with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me. The one that had taken over Juliet as we stood there. One I've heard of, but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything. For nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling, and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am, or for how long I ran. I just stop. Whoops. Every decision I've made, every place... Nope. Here it is. Finally, I've come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the tops and the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who's always seemed so calm and put together, behind that mask she was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known, too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away. Yet she never told me. Aspen, too. Suddenly, every pained look or topic change whenever I brought up Jiang Yin made sense. They both knew, and were hiding it from me all along. This whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. And this is where it gets awkward. Because Juliet and Aspen were both trying to not protect her, but they were both trying to not hurt her. They were both trying to figure out a way to let her know without her breaking. Because, like, how do you tell someone that the person they've been looking for is dead? How do you tell someone that? That the person that they've spent their whole life trying to find, that they have very fond memories of, how do you tell them that they're no longer here? You really can't. Because once you do, their world comes crashing down. Unless they're already ready to accept it. This story suddenly just got 10 times harder. I mean, you could kind of guess that our person was dead. You could kind of guess that through the clues and hints that, you know, it's been so long. But man, this is... Whew. It's one of those things, in a story like this, even if you know that it's not possible, you still hold out hope that the characters are going to get what they're looking for. Even if you know it's not the case and it's not possible, you still have that hope that they are. But this realization that it's not possible by the characters themselves make this so real. That's the one thing about visual novels and, like, stories as a whole. They make you feel things. Like, all you want. You can imagine a world where this never happened. You can imagine a world where everyone is alive and well. But you can't. When the story directly calls it out, all of a sudden that possibility of something happening goes away. That, oh, there's nothing saying that they're dead. They might not be. And sure, even now it might still be a falsity. The person may still be alive, but at this moment, to this character, that person is dead. That's it. Whew. It was so simple, too. So obvious. If I'd just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there. With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again, once I'm certain that it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been a distant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Jiangyin was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? Just woke up from a nap, so I'm kind of on what happened. So, okay. Long story short, start of this visual novel, Miho here, was a normal fox that had a human that came by and would kind of talk to them and tell them stories. And one day, long in the future, Miho has the ability to turn into, well, this, a humanoid character. And so her entire life, she's been searching for this human. And Juliet, who is a character you meet, just kind of showed that, like, directly to her that humans have a short lifespan compared to them, because Juliet is a vampire. And that is through Juliet's daughter, Cosette, who was human, died while Juliet had not aged in her entire lifespan. Miho is now faced with the idea that the person she spent her whole life looking for is dead and has been dead for a long time. That's what we're facing here. The sun is getting hotter, or the sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back in the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library, since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together. Or at least her memories of me. That's the other thing. Miho has a curse where, if Miho does not see someone, or if someone does not see Miho within 24 hours, they forget her. Just period. Outright forget her. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday, potentially even stronger? Maybe she was right, the other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go out inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen, only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab a blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3. I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway. The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like, covered in blankets and lying on the floor, I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her. Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it, though. The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend, not now. She let herself in here. She can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once. Yep, there it is. This is where things are gonna get rough. I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet. Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma. Yep, and now we go into the anger phase of grief. She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here. Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation. Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible. I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad. I accidentally skipped the one line, but it was short enough where it didn't really matter much. Fat lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles, and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stripping down to the floor, I pick up my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else. To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. Yeah, that's hard. That is very hard. My everything hurts when I wake up. Damp pillow still covering me. My face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours, and Juliet too, eventually. I don't know what to say or what I want to hear. As much as I'd like to just avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to confirm like always. Either get up or be forgotten. Conform like always. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold. I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library's already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library, where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me, uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod. Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet. Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion. A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in his hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off. I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then, if she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Oh, man. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guest on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. Man, Miho just not... Not sure how to handle grief hurts. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings, just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me. And she doesn't know. She doesn't know what Miho is dealing with right now. Oh. I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not. I shrug. The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. Wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit. Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me. Man, Dadavu is so good at just... Oh, man. Dadavu being the voice actress for Miho. So good at just sounding so dejected and emotionless. Like, the voice acting for this game, it's low budget. So, not like big name voice actors, and I'm sure not people who have had a ton of training, but the voice acting is so well done in this. It's insane. Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way I could get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting down a cup in front of me and before taking a seat herself. Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is that Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter. Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time. The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway. As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I can see her take on that same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again just to hide myself. There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately. Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next. I don't know how to respond, so instead, I opt for a question that's been lingering in my mind. If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least then we'll all be on the same page. Ooh, that delivery. That was an interesting delivery. Just the emotion that's just like, yeah, I found out they're dead. Like, that is... Oh... It's so well done. Although I've been setting for with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry. Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say. her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table. I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet. Yeah, maybe that's for the best. Cut her off flatly before she can start over apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here. In our reflection, I see Aspen nod. Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that, just like I'm not sure if Aspen words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself, and to her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently, stewing in my emotions, what felt like burning rage last night now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. Like when things are straight. I like when things are straightforward and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving for Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday. She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else. I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous, though, that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half. She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head. This has gotten so insane. Like, today it's just beat after beat after beat. Oh man, I miss the day where it was going through nature adventures with Lena. Oh man. This game, man, the voice acting, the writing, it's all so good. Oh man. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for a change of pace. We shared a quick taxi ride up to the Botanic Garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I wanted to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off and as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen. I feel better now than I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone. Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click click sound as it taps against the stone path. Mr. Voidout, hello. If you have an issue with it, then, you don't have to watch. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by, signs which I, of course, have never gotten a glance at. Let me. There we go. Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us. The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a grass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied. I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the Botanic Garden from here. I even spot the main gate. Far across, the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches. Yeah. I will say, it said that it had a grass roof, but the image doesn't really encapsulate that, so I'm wondering if this is just one of the, you know, the art people and the writing people didn't. It's good enough, though, where it doesn't really matter. She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky, just before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter from just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Esmond and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning. The very beginning. They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago. How's the audio level? Are you able to hear Miho clearly? Fine. Alright. I don't know if the music is like overcasting it or anything like that. Because I will say the on OBS the audio level doesn't really change much when Miho is talking. So I just wanted to make sure you're able to hear her clearly. Alright. I will do that then. Hopefully that works. Okay. Yeah, no, this is So at the start of the game, at the very start, you get kind of, I guess, a flashback. Like, you see, from Miho's point of view, this person, giving them some food. But you don't really know much about why they're there, what's going on, who they are. Like, this is the first time you learn that Miho was in a hunter's trap. This is the first time you learn that they came by and one day gave all the food. This is the first time you learn that, like, any of this sort of stuff. So, it's the sort of thing we're learning with all the characters. Like, exactly what happened to Miho way back. And so, like, you know, it didn't feel like it was important. And I will admit, I, like, from a storytelling standpoint, it's kind of like Chekhov's gun. Where if you load a gun in Act 1, it has to go off by the end of Act 3. That's the Chekhov's gun sort of thing, where, like, if you draw attention to something, it needs to be relevant at some point in the story. Her person was kind of like that. It was only a matter of time before Chongin, again, I'm not Korean, so forgive me for butchering the pronunciation every time. Um, but, like, it's the sort of thing where at the top of the game, you learn about this person, or that they're there. In Act 1, Chapter 1, technically, you kind of understand Miho's reasoning for traveling. She's trying to find the person. In Act 3, you learn about who they are. And it was kind of only a matter of time before it becomes an important part of the story. Because even when you found out who they were, it felt like it was just thrown in. Where it's like, oh yeah, here's more information about what happened at the start of the game. So it was always a bit weird, because it felt out of place, but yet it also felt important. So I'm glad that they're doing this, where it's starting to all come together into, like, a big final, here's why it's important sort of thing. I haven't really seen a lot of stories take it this direction, where, like, a huge piece of information is just looming over the entire story until eventually, at some point, it ends up becoming important. Okay, so we're getting an explanation of like essentially this is the sort of thing where, you know, all of a sudden like, oh, this is when everything starts happening. When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too. Remembering how their hand felt on my head and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg, those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also they make me smile too. I often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special. To me, and I hope to Jiangyin too. And so I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them. Okay, she's already much more mature than most characters that are in this situation when it comes to stories. Because in most stories it would be like there would be some loathing there for a while, and then eventually like they'll calm down, but they'll have already lost them. This was all within a very short amount of time. Oh, that feels so good after all of that. And the music. All right. Um. Oh, this part of the conversation feels so good after all of like the past hour and a half of just heart wrenching like emotions. Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly. Then Juliet begins to speak. Man, if I didn't relate to Juliet enough. There were a lot of pauses in that sentence. Well, in that text. Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now. She begins telling Aspen about Cosette in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes. And this is why they have a human in the conversation. To get the other side of the story. I'm still curious. What was in the scroll? I wonder if they're going to mention that. What was actually in the scroll? Because I know it was text. They've mentioned it was text, but I wonder what text is in there. I wonder what it says. Because I feel like that's fairly important to all of this. Especially if it was given the last... Like, especially if it was given the last time that Jung-in saw Miho. Hello, Vala. Yes. But man, this whole section is just... Ugh. because these are emotions back and forth. My cheeks burn from saying something like that out loud for the first time ever, but I liked saying it because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in all the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Can relate to Miho so much. Yeah. Yep. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now. Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be, just like Juliet. All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. Yeah, one of the luckiest days in your life when you spilled a drink all over yourself. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Aww. Then, spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe, all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the gardens, in the cool evening air, but it's warm in Aspen's and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself, and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. That makes me happy. After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and conversation about books and the work in Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat. Birthday! Come on, adults can have birthdays too. Oh, come on. Her brow gets some more creases, like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me. Yeah, no, they're not something you grow out of. Okay, yeah, that's a bit too true. I love this. And the cost for a lot of things, yeah, that was where I thought they were going with that. Wow, interesting. Jeez, I guess that makes sense. That voice was just, we can go wherever you like. Like, almost like you're holding it out in front of them, like, hey, I know you want it, come and get it. Okay, yeah, you know what? That's fair. The three of us chit chat for a little bit longer until the time for us all to split up for the day. Until it's time for us all to split up for the day. Not to be underestimated, yeah. Unironically, Dirt is very good at keeping heat. Like, a Dirt will say cave, like a burrow, or a den in this case. It'll be able to keep you cool, but also allow you to keep it warm. It'll like temperature regulate. It won't be too cold, but it won't be too warm, which is interesting. And here we go. This is, I am assuming, the decision that makes you go on one path or the other. So, I have to say though, I do prefer Juliet over Aspen. Well, yes, I am allowed to save. That's actually a good thing to do. And 3. There we go. We have 3 saves. And that way it'll just be, you know. Poll? No, I'm not gonna do a poll. I'm just gonna make my choice. I'm doing my playthrough of it. Aspen gathers her things and departs, while Juliet remains in the kitchen with me. Yeah, no. With the movie theater, I do like going to movie theaters and stuff like that. In fact, there was a point in time where I actually filmed in an antique movie theater. Cause the group I was with was helping out with doing like trailers for an event that they were doing. So, um, but yeah, it's just I don't know. It would really have to depend on the movie. Don't like watching movies like I used to. Yeah, no, ever since I started being able to pick them apart subconsciously, I went through this already, but like I can pick apart movies subconsciously at this point. And ever since I've been able to do that, I haven't enjoyed movies nearly as much. Oh? Was Vala. How did you mess up big time in a movie theater? Looking around the library, I don't really see anything that needs to be done. I follow her up the stairs and into her office. She sits down at the desk and opens her laptop while also moving a stack of books and papers closer to her. Like a popcorn. Yeah, that makes sense. I walk around the room a little, examining the shelves. There aren't any bats in the corner today. Although the library's shelves are downstairs are full, it seems like there must be just as many books in here, maybe even more. Some shelves even have more than one row of them, with stacks built in front of stacks. My bookshelf used to do that. That is a lot of text. Once I dropped a bowl of spaghetti down a carpeted. Ooh, big yikes. And yeah, like, uh, I would feel really bad about that. Honestly, that's the sort of thing though where I would probably. I don't know what I would do. I would probably ask if I could help in any way. Like, I'd after the showing, I'd say, "Hey, this is what happened. I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do to help you out?" Sort of thing. But yeah, not a big fan of popcorn. Nachos with extra cheese. I like popcorn if it's buttery and salty. So movie theater popcorn typically. I don't care too much for microwave popcorn. Um, Although I really like the pretzel bites with mustard. So that's what I like to get outside of just popcorn in a theater. Anyway, picking a book at random, I carefully remove it from the shelf and examine it. I'm able to read the sole word on the cover, journal. When I open it up, it's full of handwritten places. I return it to its place. I take a seat in the chair across from her. Okay, her voice just got really quiet all of a sudden. Yeah, no, I don't know why that got so quiet, so I'll have to read that out. Whether it's a family photo album or a half written novel, many people have memories and legacies that they'd like to preserve, but may not have the means to do so. So it's just a section, huh? I hold on to them here, and over time, generations even, they're sometimes remembered and asked about, or even taken back. Either by the person who first brought them, or by a family member seeking to learn more about an ancestor. Are you able to hear what she's saying? At all? Like, are you able to make out what she's saying? No? Okay, so I do have to read it out then. Okay. There are hundreds of years of history in this room, and I'm not just talking about you and me. It takes me a second to laugh. I'm not used to Juliet making jokes. And now it's back to normal, so it's just that section. She gestures for me to join her beside the desk, turning her computer screen so I can see it. There's a photo of a fabled person with antlers like a deer's. I will say, throughout all of this, Juliet's audio, like the voice actress's audio, has been really inconsistent. At the start, it was fine. Then it started to sound a bit tinny, and it still kind of sounds like it. It doesn't sound as full, and it sounds like it's almost going through like, um, it feels like it's going through something, and then just there it got really quiet. Now it's back to really tinny. I don't know. She gestures to a folded newspaper lying in the stack of papers nearby. It's so old that it's begun turning yellow, and the edges are all frayed. But sure enough, there's a grainy black and white photo of the fabled man, although he's way younger in this picture. I look a bit closer. It's hard to tell, but he's smiling in the photo next to a trophy. I walk back around to the other side of the desk and sit down again. Juliet smiles in agreement and begins to open up books and lay out documents. I get up and browse around some more, examining the shelves. She said I could keep her company, but watching the way she's reading so intently, going from source to source, I know I'd just be distracting her if I try. Eventually, I try to quietly slip out to the door, but Juliet notices me. Waving goodbye, I step out into the hallway alone. So, okay. The thing with that, kind of, I think about, right? The whole asking for payment thing, I was gonna mention, like, I bet she doesn't ask for payment because, like, it's the sort of thing where, like, people just want to know about their past, and it's not like they don't have a right to know about their past, sort of thing. But then I actually sit and think about it, and, like, you get a lot of those, like, you know, you get a lot of those need with money anyway. Yeah. Well, I mean, with that, you go into stuff like, oh, inflation and, like, cost of living going up and all that sort of stuff. But, um, honestly, when you really kind of delve into it, it's like the concept where, like, everyone kind of deserves to know their own past, sort of thing. And then you go down to it and you see, oh, wait. Like, a lot of companies these days will make you pay to learn about your past. Like, learn about your family history. Nothing's free. And it's like, they're really putting your own understanding of yourself behind a paywall. That's almost like playing a video game and having to pay for DLC that is the character's story. Like, who the character is. Not in a flashback sort of setting. Not in a, oh, new mission where the character finds themselves. No, just a straight DLC to understand who the character is. the character's name and obviously has a story in the base game, but the DLC is what gives you the knowledge of why stuff matters. So it I don't know, it's weird. But alright, let's go to the waterfront. The view from the waterfront is really just the best on a clear day. I take a long, refreshing sit and enjoy the seemingly endless expanse of water. Sometimes it's nice to just enjoy the sight of nature without any expectations. But my patience is rewarded with the sight of dolphins passing by. They're far away, just the smallest glimpses of dorsal fins moving in a group, but they're unmistakably dolphins. I whip my head around and it doesn't seem like anyone near has noticed them, but I guess nobody else is really staring out into the horizon either. What a nice surprise. I wonder if I go again, what would happen? The marketplace is a buffet of interesting smells and the stink of raw fish mixing with street foods in a way that might repel a weaker person, but not me. I'm on the hunt for something yummy and cheap when a woman waves me over to her table. Free samples of our Korean corn dogs. Korean corn dogs? I never saw such a thing when I lived in Korea, and beyond that, I've never seen a corn dog that looks like this. Mind you, the corn dog is sliced into smaller pieces for sampling, but it appears to be covered in cubes in some kind of powder. They're delicious. The potato bits are mixed into the batter like French fries, and it's topped with a little bit of sugar. The savory and sweet mix is really addictive. Huh, far be it from me to turn my nose up at potatoes of sugar, or sugar. Take one of the sample pieces and nibble at it, slow and careful at first as I process the unconventional ingredients. Once I've had the chance to ponder it and realize it's good, I plop the entire thing in my mouth and chew with gusto. Good, right? Just for you, you can have one more sample piece. I know how hard it is to just take one bite. You'll always want more. I can't afford a full corn dog, so I accept the extra sample cheerfully and go on along on my way. Korean corn dogs, I'll have to remember them for the future. Oh, alright. That was everything. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable-looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front. Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over. She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet. I freeze halfway to where she is. I'm like, yeah, no, that's very much so like a pet or something, and Miho just thinks that Aspen's talking about her. Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us. The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and a microwave. Oh, that's so adorable! I love it. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup. Okay, now she's quiet. I hope that was the good kind of woe. I don't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make you feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in. Okay, it's loud enough where you should be able to hear it. I take a seat with my back against the dresser while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Esmond ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion. Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me. Can I help you? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. Always. I just like food. Yeah, no, you kind of have to like food. Um, you need it to live. The restaurant is a bit of a walk from my husband's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at the pier not too far from the museum I visited. Some live to eat, some eat to live. Yeah, that's fair. That is a fair sort of uh, distinction. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. We get seated right away at a long table with metal stools. Our waiter brings 3 menus, sitting at one in front of each of us, and promises to come back take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start to flip through, so I do the same. Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn. But there are others that I don't recognize at all. What soup? Damn. Oh man, I love this interaction. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I love that so much. Just especially with how quickly I brought it over to that. Just don't worry about the press. Don't worry, I wasn't. Like the real quick just jut in. I like that. Man. A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it. They take the bucket to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins. I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells. I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind. Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long, long time since I've had it, though. Alright, we getting crab. Our waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience. My guess is Aspen wasn't alive yet. Oh. Forgot that she moved to Wellington. Yep. It is tempting. I'm curious why their faces changed. Woo! Let's go! Write a different book? Oh, why is the audio so... The audio is so fucky. Sure, I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Need to find some new ways to fill your day. Won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm just kind of... I don't know. We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before a waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the other group. I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot, so hot I drop it on my plate. Espen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try and cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses the tool to crack the shell and get to the meat. Espen seems to know what she's doing too, since it's cool enough for her to handle. Now I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works. I should hope so. Yeah, no, I don't know why the volumes are a bit unleveled, but I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it is. Yeah. Oh, I love her. I quickly finished the piece I was eating and then rushed to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. Wonders of human technology. Yeah. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table were those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty, I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag. Juliet seems to pick up on it. Yeah, that's a big mood. I'm like that a lot too, where it's just like, am I hungry for more? No, but do I want more because it tasted good? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs. The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile. It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze. Yes. Yeah, no, very much so. Like, just eating all of the food. Still, I manage a weak wave. Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed. I just want to mention, this is completely off topic from anything. Well, anyway. I absolutely love this art style. Like, I just want to say, if my model has this style, I would be, like, really happy. Because I love this look. It looks... It looks like art. It doesn't look like an animated... Like, it doesn't look like classic anime. It looks like it's sketched. Almost. I love that look. So, yeah, if I could get, like, a model in this style, I would absolutely love it. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Already have the ears? Well, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, the art style, not the actual character design. Because I will say that this design, the one that I'm using on my current model. All right, you enjoy your food, Grave. Um, this is not my own model. Um, it is a model on Gumroad. For about $1. And so I've just made edits to the design. Like, I was the one who drew the braid. I'm the one who did the coloration. I shortened the other side's hair. Um, but it's not my actual character design. My actual character's design is quite different. But it doesn't have fluffy ears. I will say that. My character design does not have fluffy ears, they have elf ears. So, yeah. But like the art style, the one where it looks like it's almost sketched rather than like clean art, like clean lines and stuff like that. I like that design, and I would love for my model to look like that when I actually, get one. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please and no thanks. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell that something must be on her mind. I figure she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. Hopefully someday you can get that. Yeah, it'll be a while in the future because models are really expensive. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit. Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs look kinda weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show they care about each other. She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag. Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly. Yep. Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library. Still waiting for your package. I hope it gets here soon. The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time. Instincts. Yeah, no, for there are a lot of things you just can't put into words because there aren't words for it. man, the innocence of Miho. No, it's been 3 days of it to be here, but still the wait is torturous. Yeah. Waiting for packages is annoying because then it's like, okay, now you need to figure out when it's going to be here on that day so you can go ahead and wait for it, and then, like, if it comes at the end of the day, you waste your entire day and so on, and yeah. For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's still something that seems a little off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on it, what it is, though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker. If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question. Yeah. Schrodinger's cat. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately the case. And there's the thing of taking longer to get here, mess up, or yeah, and then it's a whole ordeal. Yeah. High speed internet being the main one for me. I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture. I will say, as kind of a counterpoint, um, moving to a place where there's a lot more people, especially if you grew up in an area that's very empty, um, will allow you to become a better writer. It won't make you one, but it'll allow you to become a better one because the more it's the sort of thing, the more you experience, the more you have to write about. The more you understand life, the more you're able to uh, tell a story. So, in this sort of case, moving to Wellington for Aspen opened up the ability to talk to more people and to experience more. And so that experience can be put into writing, therefore making her a better writer. So while it won't like make you a better writer just by living there, the things that happen because you're living there will make you a better writer, sort of thing. We're well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize Te Papa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington enough that I could probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I've memorized other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I ever want to be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Don't think I'd ever be able to forget. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognize the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be that very far from the station. Yes, you are. I've never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't push it. I can hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street as she checks her phone again, then puts it away. I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her bag tightly. I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing other than a couple people waiting far away at the station. She blinks a couple of times, then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me. Oh? The effect of her words is immediate. Thud, thud. It's like she cast a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Oh, okay, I'm seeing where this is going. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all? I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon. What could it be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena? Just the sheer naivety of Miho right now is so good. Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest, while she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hands before finally looking back at me. And this is why I started it on Valentine's Day. It's not exactly a dating sim, but it's the other way, actually, Grave. It's a romance visual novel with a hint of emotional damage thrown in. Her words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen. In love. With me? Wind whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me? Yep. Miho.exe has stopped working. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips. I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives me a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me? Returning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs like she just finished a hard day's work. For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses. That much I can respond to, at least. We wrap our arms around each other. That weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face. And then the bus breaks down and she can't get back and forgets Miho. Yeah. No, that would be really like, whew. I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter, Juliet having finished tidying up in the hour or so that passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock, and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what the expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with. Alright, you're just gonna out and say it. Okay. Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice, but she's even less surprised than I thought she would be. I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes. Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her. We settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it. I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her. She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly. I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly. Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently. Honestly, this game is doing really good at teaching a lot of lessons. Communication being a big one. Like patience being another. Understanding. Like, there's a lot of stuff this game kind of goes into that a lot of stories just kind of skip over. Juliet returns to bed, and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There sure are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but could we be more than that? I spend a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me, and yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from this. So, after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen, where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate. Oh no. We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod. Why? Alright, here. Let me put things into perspective for you guys on my thoughts with this. This is kind of a situation that I've found myself in. Not exactly, but very similar. And so it makes it really hard for me to say anything about this. But the words are heavy and hard to say, but it's a relief to say them. Juliet reaches her hand across the table and places it over mine. Welcome back. So, okay, Miho was speechless for a while. Came back, asked Juliet for advice, and essentially, I, as the player, had to make the decision yes or no. Whether returning the feelings or can't handle it. And I picked no. Because unfortunately, that's kind of how I'm at. Personally. I feel Juliet's hand slide off of mine as she stands and walks to the window, opening the blinds. Outside, it's that in-between time of evening where the sun has already set in the sky but hasn't become totally dark yet. Though Juliet has no reflection, I can see myself in the window, watching her. I wonder if she notices too. My hand tingles where hers covered it just a moment ago. Turning to face me, Juliet has an expression I can't read before replacing it with a fond smile. Too real. Way too real. Stop, please. Her eyes meet mine, lingering for a moment before Juliet turns her attention back to her teacup, taking a sip. She closes her eyes and sighs with contentment. Much like Juliet, it never occurred to me to want more. A warm place to sleep and a meal that I didn't scavenge for were more than luxurious. For a long, long time, I've been satisfied with what little I had and couldn't hope for anything else. So I thought. I swished around my cup of hot chocolate, which isn't quite so hot anymore. I don't know how Juliet makes it, but I know it doesn't just come from mixing some water and powder. It's something that she makes special every time, just because she knows I like it. Has anyone else ever done something like that for me? Not that I can remember. Like always, she handles my abrupt topic changes without comment. I nod, feeling a little better. Juliet and I chat a bit more before eventually I excuse myself and head up to my room for the night. Before I get into bed, I already know it's going to be one of those nights where I toss and turn for hours before being able to pass out. No matter what, I'm not looking forward to letting Aspen down tomorrow. All I can do is hope she understands, like Juliet said, even if it's not what she wants to hear. I'll make sure to not let it change anything between us. Neither of us would want that. Hello, hello, Shep. Welcome in, welcome in. Sure enough, it takes a while, but eventually my restlessness turns into exhaustion, and I slip into a fretful sleep. Morning comes all too soon. Groggily opening my eyes, I check the time and see that I've slept in about as late as I can. I spend a while trying to fall back asleep, but fail and eventually get up. There are only a couple hours until Aspen will be back. I'm sure she'll go back to her apartment first after she arrives, but she'll have to come up to the library not long after that so we can see each other before the day's passed. Once she's here, I don't see a way of putting off talking about that. It'll be better for both of us to just get it over with, I'm sure. Alright, Grave, take care. Good luck on your stuff that you have to do. Staring into the bathroom mirror, I try to believe myself. I know that what Juliet said is all true about our friendship not having to change or there being any bad feelings. I'm just not looking forward to telling Aspen in the first place. It won't be the first time I've heard Aspen somehow, but it's the first time where I've planned it out in advance and known that it's gonna happen. Still, I know that fixating on it and dreading it will make me feel worse. After moping around a bit longer, I head down to the kitchen. At least Juliet seems to be in a good mood. I try to make myself sound chipper, too. Even though it's just the two of us today, Juliet worked as always on breakfast. There's the usual assortment of fruit, eggs, and toast all laid out on the table. I eat my meal with as much gusto as I can, although I'm much slower than usual. Juliet went through all the effort to prepare everything, so I don't want to let it go to waste. Eventually, I have to admit defeat and set down my fork with a lot of food unfinished. I point at the half-eaten bread on her plate. Juliet looks down as if surprised to see what's there. I never thought about that side of it. It's about the smell, not the taste. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. I didn't think about that. That's probably why she sounds so posh and old-fashioned. I guess? Question mark. Is because yeah, that would be from the time she's from. Yeah, Shep, that was at the very top of this stream. We kind of went through that because we ended up going to a gravesite of Juliet's daughter. Yeah. And that whole kind of thing. With a sigh, she gives me a sheepish smile. Nodding, I idly push around some of the leftover food on my plate with a fork. It went cold a long time ago. I wish I could delay having the conversation with Aspen, but there's only a couple more hours until I would have to see her anyway, at least long enough for her to not forget me. She took a late bus there and an early bus back just for that, meaning her visit with her family hardly lasted any time at all. I feel a twinge of guilt because Aspen basically has to plan her life around seeing me, even though there's nothing I can do about that. Rising to my feet, I gather up both my dishes and Juliet's and take them to the sink, dumping the leftovers in the trash on my way. I finish cleaning up as Juliet heads to her room. After wiping my hands dry, I flick off the lights and go to my own room. The TV crackles to life when I switch it on, and I take my usual spot on the floor with my back against the bed. Flipping from channel to channel, I look for a cartoon or something that I can watch without having to think too hard about it. Preferably something without a romantic subplot, as hard as that is to find. It's not that I mind those most of the time, but right now I'm not in the mood. I end up setting for an animated movie about a girl who can turn into a seal and her brother's quest to rescue her. I wonder what that's gonna be what that's a reference to, if anything. As I'd hoped, watching shows does take my mind off things. It also makes time pass by way too fast. At some point, when I check the clock, I see it's almost time for Aspen's bus to arrive. The stomach cramping feeling of anxiety starts to kick in. I take some deep breaths and drink a glass of water to stifle it. Around the time that the bus should be pulling into the station, I go downstairs to wait. My practice books for reading and writing are tucked away at the front desk, where I retrieve them and sit down. My eyes go over the same line a dozen times without really processing what I'm seeing. It's frustrating because it's not like my thoughts are occupied with something more important. Instead, it's like there's an alarm bell ringing in my head, an unhelpful reminder that I'm not looking forward to what's going to happen without contributing anything useful. Yeah, no, I hate brains sometimes because it's literally just that. It sounds an alarm like you're not looking forward to what's going to happen, so you're going to dwell on it for the next however long until it happens. Like, it's really frustrating that that's how it works, but it happens. I grit my teeth and try to power through it, forcing my hands and eyes to cooperate. I manage to slowly make my way through the worksheet in front of me, but not without glancing at the front door every couple minutes. When I finish, I'm not sure I actually got anything out of it. With every minute that ticks by, I get a little antsier. What if this happened? It's like, yeah, honestly. I wait. And wait. And wait. 45 minutes after her bus should have arrived, I get up and pour myself another glass of water just to do something. I should probably be more patient. It's a long walk from her apartment to here, and she probably wanted to freshen up after the long ride. Sighing, I take my seat, spinning circles in the chair. A minute later, and I stand up again and pace around, browsing the books at the library shelves as if I'm interested in them at all. Before I know it, an hour has passed since I came downstairs, since Aspen got back to Wellington. I head back to the desk and pull out another writing worksheet. With a couple weeks of practice behind me now, I can write almost all the letters from memory, just not very legibly. It takes all my concentration, but when I get to the end of this one, I'm pretty proud of the results. Somehow it took me almost 15 minutes to get through both sides. That explains why my hand is so sore. But it doesn't explain why Aspen's still not here. She'll probably be following the same path we took to get to the station yesterday. It goes right by her home, after all. It's early enough that if I hurry, I might get to the station and back with time to spare in case she does take a different route and get to the library while I'm gone. Plus, I could write her a note. I grab one of the pads of sticky notes that Juliet keeps at her desk, gripping my pencil so tightly that it hurts, but I need to be as precise as I can or else Aspen won't be able to read it. Aspen went to station and your house. Took route you showed me. Will come back here. I like that she doesn't know how to spell station properly, so... It's not the best, but it should work. I wish I was calm enough to be proud. Instead, I just grab a piece of tape and stick the note to the front door as I hurry out. Moving at a brisk pace, I scan both sides of the street as I go, and check every window and open door I can to make sure I don't miss her. I make to Aspen's apartment and knock loudly, rocking on my heels while I wait. The door never opens. I try to peek in her window, but the blinds are shut and the curtains are drawn. Still, it doesn't look like there are any lights on inside. My worry starts to morph into panic. It's possible she already came home, dropped off her bags, turned the lights off, and left. But then, why didn't I pass her on the way? Just to be sure, I hurry to the rest of the short trip to the station, but don't see any trace of Aspen. Flat out running instead of jogging, I rush back the way I came, but instead of staying on that one route, I also try side streets, weaving back and forth between the main path and the others. None of them have her, and I reach the library breathless and alone, my note still where I left it. I push the door open, hoping against hope that she's waiting for me inside. But she isn't. But Juliet is there, standing at the front desk. I can't hold back from bursting out the bad news. There's no time to waste. Juliet's eyes instantly go wide with alarm, and her mouth drops open in shock for a brief second before she composes herself. Yeah. This is intense. While she rushes off, I push the door back open and scan the horizon, looking for the glint of Aspen's glasses in the sun or her hat bouncing while she walks. Nothing. Juliet returns with a phone in her hands where it looks weirdly out of place. She calls Aspen and then puts it on speaker, and we both wait with bated breath. Juliet cuts off the voicemail message, just like I cut her off a moment ago. Bus broke down. This is funny, kind of, because it's exactly what I said was going to happen. She's going to leave and not be able to come back in time, and she's going to forget about Miho. It's... ooh. Oh, no. I called it. I said it sarcastically, hoping, like... Not hoping, but, like, that's not gonna happen. I said it sarcastically, and it's exactly what's happening. Ah! Yeah, no, that utter panic. And... I should have seen it coming. They made a point to mention, hey, I'm not gonna be able to receive or make calls on the bus. So the bus is broken down somewhere on the way back or on the way there and can't make calls. Oh, this is. Oh boy, this is certainly something. Oh, my mouth is. Or my throat is starting to hurt from all the talking. Alright. It didn't. That means that for whatever reason, she can't receive calls right now. And there is an ad playing for the next 20 seconds. So just. Intense music right now. Alright. I just did, but I'll do it again. Alright. I see Juliet's face fall as we both make the same connection. My voice cracks as I say it. My mouth is dry. I try to swallow the lump in my throat, but it won't go away. She even came home early to give us extra time. Time that was supposed to be just in case, not actually needed. I could just wait here at the library, where she's bound to turn up eventually. I'm sure she's watching the clock as closely as I am. Wherever she is. On the other hand, I could go out and look for her again. I can move faster than she can, and if she's running late, then the time saved by going to where she is could make all the difference. I look to Juliet, hoping she has the solution. Juliet quickly shows me how to use the phone, and I pocket it, making sure that it won't fall out. Her plan just combined both of mine. It's a good compromise, but still comes down to luck. I guess there's no way around that. Not every problem has a perfect solution. There's nothing else to say, and less time to say it, so I hurry back outside without another word. I've barely gotten my breath back from running all the way to the library, but I force myself to run again. I have to cover as much ground as possible, as fast as I can. As fast as possible. Oh, shit. What if it's the other Gumiho? We met the one Gumiho talking about how, Miho is a, like, abomination of Gumiho because she's a quote-unquote human's pet. What if the other Gumiho tried to sabotage? By specifically making it so that Aspen would forget her by causing the bus to not make it or something. Oh no. I check the Bell House, but she's not there. When I get to her apartment, it's just as I left it, same as the bus station. I turn around, about to start the trip back, when I spot someone waving at me from nearby. I stumble as I turn back around, my legs shaking like jelly. There's no way it isn't Aspen's bus. All the details line up so perfectly and terribly. My only hope is to wait here at the station and hope that the replacement arrives in time. Mechanically, I dial Aspen's phone over and over, hanging up and redialing whenever her recorded voice starts to play. At some point, I stop trying. As the minutes tick down, I feel increasingly sick with the burning pressure of tears in my eyes. When I do finally hear the rumbling sign of an approaching vehicle, I can barely believe it. Lifting my face from my hands, I watch with my heart in my throat as the bus turns the corner and pulls into the station. This has to be her bus. It has to be. Been written this. So, it's just kind of stories. That's what I would expect from this. I hope it would be an interesting way to do the story, but I don't think it's the case given how things are starting to turn out. Because that would be a good, like, pull of expectations. Because they had to talk about the bus breaking down. You'd expect the bus to just break down. But it would be a cool subversion of expectations to make it where it's the other Gumiho. But unable to move, I just watch as the line of passengers slowly disembarks. My eyes stay glued to the door until the line finally stops. Then a line of waiting people, including the person who talked to me, begins to board. The bus takes off a minute later, without Aspen. I collapse back onto the bench, barely repressing a sob. Why? Why is this happening? For the final few minutes, I stare at the phone, open to Aspen's info. Along with her phone number, there's a picture of her sitting at the kitchen table. It's a little out of focus, but she's smiling. I look at the picture rather than the time as minutes becomes seconds and then seconds become nothing. A full 24 hours have passed and Aspen never returned. Everything I was feeling melts into numbness. It seems like I should feel something, a chill or ache or some indication that it's over. I've been forgotten. Of course there isn't one. I've been forgotten a million times before. It just never mattered. Even now, it doesn't feel real. Just a few hours ago, I was worrying over Aspen for entirely different reasons. I rise and slowly return to the library. I don't run. I don't look in the windows. I don't try calling. My sticky note is still on the front door when I get back, and I tug it down, stuffing it in my pocket as I trudge inside. Juliet stands up from the desk as I walk in, alone. I can see her face shift as she realizes. The door slams shut behind me, no one else stepping in. I set it down on the desk and then stand there, not sure what to do next. Oh shit. For once, Juliet seems to be at a total loss for words. She just nods stiffly at my explanation. I sit down on one of the chairs near Juliet, staring at the floor. The alarm bell in my head is mercifully silent. Faintly, it occurs to me that this must be what they call shock. We sit there until there's a noise outside the door, catching both my and Juliet's attention. Slowly, the library door opens and Aspen enters, looking worn out. Her hair is frazzled, and it looks like she's been running, or crying, or both. She shuts the door gently behind her. Juliet and I both stand up from the desk at the same time. I can't bring myself to say anything, only to stand there and wait. As the feelings of dread and anticipation return, I realize that I've held on to some hope after all. Aspen reaches up to adjust her hat and glasses and holds up her phone with a smile. Walking past Juliet, Aspen comes to where I'm standing, her eyes glued to the floor. She stops in front of me and slowly works up. She was definitely crying. Fuck. Oh man, that fucking sucks. Uh. Yeah, fuck. Well, there it is. So, that is where the roots split. This chapter, as you saw, this is Juliet's root. So I have to wonder how Aspen's root, the story would have changed. Because for Aspen's root, you have to be remembered. So I'm wondering if in Aspen's route, the bus doesn't break down. And she gets there in time. Which means... gonna do... just save that there. Actually, I'm gonna save on that first one. But... oh, that sucks. It's twice now that I've lost someone dear to me. Although Aspen is still alive, I see her every day. Her loss still feels even more painful than Xiangyin's. It's been a few days since Aspen lost her memories of me. She's been here like usual every day since then, and we both try to pretend that nothing ever happened. But everyone, including Juliet, knows that it'll never be the same. Whenever Aspen and I talk, I can tell. Whenever I mention something that she can't remember, it stings all over again. Even when she's sitting right beside me, Aspen seems further away than ever. I doubt she remembers what she said to me before leaving. She hasn't mentioned it at all, and so neither have I. Not needing to have that difficult conversation was a relief, but not nearly enough to make up for losing everything else. If I could pick one or the other, I'd choose the conversation over Aspen forgetting me every time. I'm sitting in the kitchen in my usual spot, next to where Aspen sits at breakfast, when my ears perk up at Juliet's approach. Although she can walk without making a sound, even better than I can, I've developed some sort of sixth sense for detecting her. I don't look up from the cup of cold tea that my hands were wrapped around, although it's been at least an hour since I last took a sip. I sat down here after closing the library for the day, just intending to collect my thoughts for a couple minutes. I guess it turned out to be more than a couple. Taking a seat across from me, Juliet also has a cup of tea. Hers is still fresh, warm, and steaming. I stare into the mug, aware that Juliet's looking at me. For some reason, I don't have the strength to meet her eyes. Shrugging, I finally look up. Worry creases Juliet's face, so I stare at the wall just behind her. I don't want to see someone else feeling bad on my behalf right now. I trail off, not wanting to say the words out loud, and knowing that Juliet will get what I mean. Sure enough, she nods sagely. Death used to be such a distant concept for me, just a boogeyman to be afraid of, but not worry about too much on a daily basis. Now it's become all too real, in the case of Zhongyin. Now, when it comes to Asmin, it's hard to not think about how that will be her fate too someday. Even if she hadn't forgotten me, and no matter what I might have said in response to her confession, the eventual end would be the same. I can't help but picture Juliet's own pain and anguish at Cosette's grave, even all these years after she passed away. Forever is just as difficult with someone else who's immortal. Maybe even harder. No matter how many years may pass, it'll still only take one day for everything to be undone. She reaches across the table and lays her hand on top of mine, still clutching it tightly to my drink. Her fingers are soft and cool, but they look awkward against mine, like she doesn't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with them either. Man, I have chills. This sucks. Oh man, if I knew today was going to be the emotional baggage day, I would have done something different. I shake my head and cut myself off, because I know I really will start crying if I go much further. Although Aspen and I have already been rebuilding our friendship, part of me wonders if it's worth it. Do I really want to do I really want to make myself go through all again? I know the answer is yes, I'm already doing it, but it's tough to justify to myself. Sighing deeply, I unwrap my fingers from the cup, sliding my hand out from beneath Juliet's as well. I study her hand still on the table. Despite her age, her skin remains perfect and unblemished. All her scars must be on the inside instead. She sounds so defeated. I have to say that all of the voice actresses and voice actors did phenomenal with this game. That over right now just sounding so defeated. Like, just. Oh, it hurts, man. Okay, I think this was a design thing they didn't think about. I'm sure she can tell that I don't entirely mean it when I say I feel better. Still, she does me the courtesy of pretending. I like how I like leaned down to see if I could see underneath it. In a backwards twist on the usual, I head upstairs to my room and leave Juliet behind in the kitchen. As I climb the stairs, I get a glimpse of her still seated at the dining table, across from the cup I forgot to put away. Somehow it feels weird to see her there alone. In my room, I wrap my blanket around myself and lie down. It's earlier than I usually go to bed, but late enough that it's pretty dark outside. I'm sure I'll be able to fall asleep. Although the day is ending for me, it's just beginning for Juliet. I wonder what she'll do with it. Maybe she's still down at the table, sitting by herself. Isn't that lonely? Then again, I guess she's probably used to it. I'm still new to this whole loneliness thing, but she's pretty much an expert by now. That's kind of sad when I think about it. As I'm lying there, I hear the sound of the front door opening and closing. Sitting up, I look out the window to see Juliet standing near the porch. Something flaps past my window, and I move a bit closer to see a bat descending towards Juliet. At first, I assume it's one of her friends, the ones who's hanging in the corner of her study to get fed in the kitchen. But to my shock, the bat changes form, soon becoming a tall man. It's too dark and far away for me to see or hear anything clearly, but I can tell they're having a conversation. I'm tempted to open my window, but I'm sure the noise would catch their attention. The two of them only talk for a couple minutes, and then the other vampire turns back into a bat. I quickly lie down and pretend to be asleep as he passes by just a couple seconds later. When I sit back up and peer outside, again, Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Before long, I start to get tired and crawl under the covers for real. Although I listen for the sound of the front door again, I never hear it, and eventually, I fall asleep. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in. Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot. It's so weird hearing Aspen sound so normal through all of this. It's so weird. It's uncanny, but like, it makes sense. And I hate it. I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it. The only two people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All of the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them friends, as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd even stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do without my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too. not just Aspen and Juliet. One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I've started calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. So, as a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case, though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic after all. But this is one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again, though. I have to try something on my own, too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks the clock and then stands up. Oh? Hmm. Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box. Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining. I've never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient. I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing... I'm gonna guess a phone? It's a phone! One that I recognize. Let's go. Yep. As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny, and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure that I don't drop it. I mentioned that last time, like, if there is an image of the person when the clock ticks over and you're looking at it when the clock ticks, would that be enough? would like looking at a picture of the person be enough, or does it have to be actually talking to them? And if it's talking to them, can it be in just a voice call, or does it have to be seeing them? Does it have to be actually seeing them, or can it just like there's a lot of stuff that's questionable about that sort of thing. So I was thinking that too. Um, well, I mean, obviously, like video call here. I just mentioned a video call with like giving a phone, so I'm assuming it's a smartphone. And I mean, it's the sort of thing where like everything else seems like it's fairly modern. They have computers and TVs. Granted, there's a tube TV and not a flat screen, although there is a flat screen monitor at the computer at the front desk. So it it really just seems like it's modern day, but with added fantasy elements, I guess. So like adding in like different types of creatures like Gumiho and vampires. Um Rather than just keeping it all humans. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. It's so that's kind of the thing. I feel like it's modern plus fantasy, not fantasy with some modern stuff, you know? Yeah, exactly. A home screen of Miho. Like, imagine all three of them had a phone, and all three of them had a picture of the three of them as their like home screen, lock screen, something. Would that be enough to say anytime they look at their phone and they see Miho? Would that be enough to be a reminder? Because that was my first thought. What if they had a picture of the person, and would that be enough? Fair. While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this works. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way of being remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out. Yeah, I like Lena. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to, like, be around Lena all the time, but I like how, like, willing she is to do stuff, and, like, how much she's willing to just, like, kind of go for stuff, and how much energy she has into whatever she's doing. Alright. This, unfortunately, I'll save twice. Because now this has all gone very all over the place. Those dog ears? No, they're, bird feather things. Because, Lena is some type of bird. I don't know what type, but yeah. So, that's where I'm gonna be. Yeah, something like a harpy. I don't want to get too far into anything, like a new scene. Because we're switching scenes, it feels like a good way to kind of end that. Because there's only like 4-ish minutes left in stream. So, I'm gonna leave the music running from the game. But yeah, definitely enjoying this, and you know, with Aspen forgetting, like I didn't not think that would happen, but it didn't change how much it hurt to see it happen. I wonder what would have changed if you said yes. I really wonder. But, it's neither here nor there at this point. But, alright, plan for this week. Tomorrow will be solely Twitch. There will be no YouTube stream. It will be watching some videos, and then marbles or Jackbox or something. I don't know, haven't decided yet. Yeah, I've really enjoyed playing this for you all. um, Wednesday will be one of two things. And I will ask the Discord later or tomorrow. It will either be Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe and continuing on with Kirby, or we will take a break this week from Kirby and play Pokemon Infinite Fusion. And then, we can do stuff from there. And then next week we'll go to Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe, sort of thing. But that is neither here nor there for now, and it is time for me to go. So, thank you everybody so much for coming by. Hope you all have a wonderful time zone. Make sure you take care of yourself, drink some water, get some rest, all that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Bye.